All right. I'm gonna turn this down a bit for me. How's it going, everyone? Today, we are open sourcing all the things. Oh, I turned the TV off. Today, we are open sourcing all the things. I also changed the camera angle a little bit, so I got a little bit more like space up there and space up here to put some wall art. Feeling good, feeling good. So, I also, sorry, today was a little bit late. I was getting some things set up for the stream. But we're here now. So, what we're gonna be doing. Okay, so we already have this idea of, wait, no, this is a different project. So this is a project, the reason is like of why I want to do this. So, because I was just tinkering around with a different app idea. and there was just a ton of things that I assumed that I had, but I didn't have. So I went with it. So within Lift Pro, I already have a bunch of things, or like 2 things here in libs, right? So I also created this like actual project for the swipe nav post. What I'm going to do is I'm going to delete that first. So what I want to do is I want to first extract a few of these things. So I do have a list of all the things that I want to. This is MVI logging, it's already out, and then like steps. 1, extract into libs, 2, extract into own folder with app, composite builds enabled. So these are kind of like the 3 steps that I need to go through for each lib, and like what's going to be at the end. And right there is going to be a 4th thing where I am going to set up pipeline for release for all of these, but the actual like config will happen tomorrow, or happen off stream. So that's kind of what's happening there, is that the config will happen off stream. So this is kind of what we're going to do. So first we have our actual MVI, which let's ensure that it is working with this system. Okay, so we have our interactor. Do I want to split this up anymore? I think this one is actually relatively fine to just go. I'm just going to read through the documentation. It really is one class. I think what I want to actually do is copy this stuff out. So I did generate this documentation, which is why I'm going to just take a quick look through it. It's all set of primitives used to build unidirectional data flows. Search, multi-platform, merges. It's not surface area to work across KMP targets while staying framework agnostic and easy to embed. That doesn't sound like me at all. So I do want to actually split this up into 2 modules. So I'm just going to copy this. So we have MVI and then MVI compose. I am going to get rid of kind of we're just going to ignore a bunch of the things that are coming out of this. But so for MVI, I do want to remove the compose runtime and the compose compiler. Is serialization required? Yes, because I need to serialize. Oh wait, no, serialization is not required because that happens in the savable. Yes. So I don't think serialization is required. And then I don't need runtime savable. And then the MVI compose. I think this needs everything, but I'll try and reduce that as I go. And then this is going to be MVI compose. I also want to change this. Can I do like TVI decal? TV.decal? Whatever. Let's keep that the same for now. Once I move it out, I will change it to a different to different package name. All right, now Now this, I'm gonna do settings.gradle. I need to copy this. Now I do MVI compose, so this will be synced now. All right, so now we have the MBI compose. This is really just going to have just the remember interface. And then this MVI compose is going to depend on libs MVI. So that's going to sync through. I think I'm going to call it FloamV. That's what I'm thinking right now. Why am I like this? Is just kind of initial state, reducer, side effect, state resolver. So really this is just interactive construction parameters are exposed for customization. And then we have the, why is this causing an issue? VI compose, MVI, libs mvi yr. Let's also put this in mvi compose, move, and then we'll delete that. Let's not move that because that's going to be a problem. Why? There we go. Right. Strategy to merge previously saved state with freshly emitted source state. Scope that will host the resulting state flow. Yeah, these are all correct. Write a custom saver for persistence to work. I don't actually have a different saver, so why don't... Is there any way that I can, like, ensure that something is serialized? Why can't I find reducer? Could not find compose compiler. This is being used like 4 places. Why is this a problem here? Oh, it's happening in libs mvi. Oh. And then yeah, that all goes away, and then yeah, interactor. Now this has to go away actually. So that's gonna sync, or it's gonna break a shitload of things. All right, so this seems to be building, but now it's going to run into a lot of errors here because I need to clean that up. We also don't have the remember interactor anymore. So that's going to build. It should be fine now. Except I do need to import these. That's good there. And now we're gonna run into problems everywhere. Oh, right, so libs MVI. And this, let's implement it here, and then so what I should do, I should go to the compose interactor and actually move this back to presentation, which should fix all of the, that should fix all of the references, and then when I move it, Android Studio should update all the references. So the reason I did this separation is that, so if somebody has like an app, let's just say you have an app, and then you have your MVI library, and then you have your MVI compose library. MVI compose. So you have these two, right? So if, just say you have like an app that doesn't use compose, right? So this is like a Swift UI KMP app, right? So they can depend directly on MVI without needing to depend on compose, because this has all, like, they don't actually need this. So because this, like, it has a bunch of dependencies, it like compose compiler, you know, it's got like a bunch of dependencies that they don't care about. Well, this can just be basically like pure Kotlin / flow, right? Which is just super, super nice for anybody. So yeah, that's the kind of general idea there. Okay, so now my app, I do want MVI and MVI compose. Anybody have any ideas for names for this system? Like, it is called Interactor. Okay, why can't you be found? You should be able to be found. Maybe because it's not actually there. Lift Pro presentation. I feel like something's going weird, so I'm just going to validate caches. Also going to check on my prints. Oops. Yes, I did double check my strategy with Gemini for going open source, because I have the subscription, so might as well use it. How's the print going? Sick. Everything's adhering great. Not a problem. Come on, import. So yeah, I have MVI, I have MVI compose, that's in its own library now, so that's split out. I am depending on like the logging library, which is not great, but that's something I can fix. I don't think it actually needs to depend on logging. I think it should have some sort of logging. Maybe I can just use printline or something, but or like enable logging. I don't know. We'll see. Why is this taking forever? Oh, I guess I did like invalidate all the caches. All of the caches. Oh, and then the other thing I want to do before I abstract. So I have this swipe nav host. I want to, excuse me. I want to make it more of a DSL with its content. So right now it's just composable, and then you render whatever you want, right? And then every single one of those is kind of considered a page. I want to make this some sort of, I want to make this like have a scope, and then somebody could if they wanted to launch a dialogue instead, right? Because there are destinations that when they get passed through, right? Like I don't want every destination to be a page. Sometimes I want them to be a dialogue. Sometimes I want them to do something else, right? Because there are global dialogues, right? It's like, hey, I just want to go to like search a dialogue thing and then get a response. There's like one vocal song in that, and it's fine. I don't actually mind it, but it just comes randomly and it's very aggressive. Sorry, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, so I wanna pull this out so I can make some sort of DSL where a user can launch a dialogue. That's actually a problem that I have right now, where all my dialogues are just like local states, which is not good, but it kind of works. But that might be something that I just turn into a V2. So we'll probably just pull that out and then see what happens. Okay. Right, we can build. Let's see. No, it's still running into an issue with the remember interactor. So you are there. What happens if I just delete you and then put it back? And then it's just remember interactor. Does that at least go away now? No, it doesn't go away. Why? Cannot infer the type. Is it that it needs to be API? But I included both. They're both included here. I shouldn't need to include this as API. Let's see what happens. API just exposes, like it makes whatever library you're including within yours, it just exposes that library to the outside world. So because I have an interactor, my theory is that because I'm exposing like this interactor, maybe that's why, but look, it seems to be fine, and I think it's gonna error out anyways. Yeah. And now this doesn't have side effect. Import side effect. There was just some that were weird. Hi. Let's see if these got fixed. Okay, this is the goals interactor. The goals interactor is still an issue. And this is all within Compose. Why? So I have MVI and I have those multiple reducers. Huh. Is there like a different issue? Unresolved reference, workout interactor. Yeah, this is just the same things. I can't tell the state because it just doesn't know what a side effect is. But why can't it? Library, like Kotlin library expose type alias. So I'm pretty sure I'm doing this in other spots in the app, so I'm kind of confused. Just create a new name for an existing type. However, when exposing a type alias in the library, you must ensure that the visibility does not exceed that of the underlying types they reference. Okay, yeah. So like I can't be type aliasing a private thing and making it public, right? Like that's fine. I'm not doing that. I'm just like type aliasing different functions. And why did I have to make this a? I think it's because it returned something. Anyways, okay, so unresolved reference side effects. And it's only happening on side effect, which is after reducer here. Just gonna try and validate caches again. Because it did something, and then what else did I do? Hey, Gene, are you below? Yeah, you're beneath my feet, and you're being a little bit attacky. Why is it so dark in here? Because that totally brightened it up. Did for me though. Save point, nice. So why is the side effect not coming through now? I mean, so what I can do is the remember function is happening. So I can move it here. Such a moving the file while indexing. Oh, yeah, I don't want to do that while indexing. But I do want to rename this to not available during redexing, redexing. What did I do yesterday? Oh yeah, there's also another thing that I started setting up yesterday, or I want to set up, where like, so I've been thinking a lot about, I mean, as like I think a lot of engineers are, just because it's hard not to. I'm thinking a lot about like, you know, AI and applying it to my workflow, because I like programming, right? And I want to continue to learn how to program and like develop new and interesting ways to program and stuff like that. So that's where this interactor came from, because I saw an annoyance in the Android ecosystem that I wanted to solve for. And it's a hobby for me, right? So I really enjoy it. So what I am I'm thinking about like how I can remove the things from programming that I don't like doing, right, or that I find tedious, right? So I'm thinking about setting up a pipeline so that whenever I push any code, it's going to scan that code for like any English strings and then localize them, right? Or like extract them into string resources and localize them and create a PR that goes back in. So stuff like that. I don't love the idea of actually doing localization with AI. I mean, it does work, but you know, it's a skill and a tool. And also, I think AI misses intent of localization still, but that's a different problem. All right, let's go back to this. All right, still running an issue. Unresolved reference side effect. The reducer is an interface. What if I just want to go like will this error out as well? It can't get test alias. So in Kotlin. I don't understand though, because I was doing this fine before. Unless something I removed from the MVI libs got rid of, like, broke this. I don't think this is gonna help. Let me just this dude. Hi. I understand the type do not create new types. That's fine. Public must be public to be exposed. Yeah, that's okay. This comparison, generate code. Stop. Okay, so. So if I go to test alias, now let's go to. Okay, let's go to libs MVI and let's. Let's revert all the things that we did here. All right, so now we have all the runtime and stuff back. Why? Is it because it's being exposed? So confined reducer. What if I just do Now, if like, is this fine now? So I can find test alias now. Is there an issue with API? But if I put this back to implementation, then I run into the issue with now I'm going to run into the issue with the actual interactor, right? Why is there so many quiet songs today? Yeah, see, now I'm going to run into what if I just copy and it still can't figure it out? I've never had this problem before. What's going on? API configure. What can I configure from here? Artifacts, tributes, excludes. True? Is that what I need to do? This doesn't make any sense. I'm kidding. It does make a little bit of sense. The API part makes sense for the interactor because I'm exposing it as part of the API, so it doesn't actually have... The thing that's not making sense to me is why my presentation... Like, I have both of them here. Maybe I need to just get rid of that one? Or, yeah, let's at least try this. All right, so that still caused an issue. Now let's try commenting this out. Build. Still an issue on the side effects. Oh, hey. Setting enable architecture both at the same time. Damn. That sounds very impressive. First off, enable architecture and offshore engineering. Take an interest in coding. For me, I mean, so finding a project for me was the biggest thing, right? Like just having something that very much interests me that I use every day, right? So like LiftBro, the project I'm working on right now. And I've been doing software development for 10 years professionally. I had an app that started me getting on this called Budgie. It was like I wasn't very good at managing my finances and I was putting them into an Excel spreadsheet. So I built an application that I really wanted to, that really helped me kind of like manage my money, right? Or at least gave me a grand idea about like what my finances were, and now that's actually an app that I use pretty much daily, and so does my partner, and we use it to track all of our finances. Right. But having a project to me was huge, and really just getting started. Right, once you're started, for me, once I'm started in something, it's hard to tear me away from it, but getting started isn't always the easiest bit. But also, hello. Aperbo? Oh, that's my attempt. But, and for my partner, that doesn't work at all. What should you start with? Python? CSS? I mean, it also depends on, so it depends on what you want to do, right? Like Python is a very widely used programming language. Like if your goal is that you want to get a job, it's a very valuable one to learn, especially since it's used a lot within AI. But like if you want to make a website, Python can be good for websites, but like it's not the one I would go with. I would probably build with something like JavaScript, which would be CSS, right? So it depends on like what kind of things you do, right? Like building a mobile application with Python is not great. You would not be having a fun time. But Python's a very good language to learn to start. Because it's very easy to use. Like you just kind of install something, and then all of a sudden you can start running programs. And it's also very it's a very English-based programming language, right? Like you can kind of read the things that are going on, and it's a lot of like there's not a lot of esoteric symbols. Right, it uses a lot of English language to explain what it's doing, which is very helpful. And a lot of modern languages are like that as well. Like Kotlin's like that, JavaScript is like that, but Python is kind of built from the ground up like that. I wouldn't say that's a goal of Python, it's just something that Gene, stop hitting my mouse. If anybody wants to see BCat, we got a cat here who's just like, the mouse is very much in, I've only got like this much space. Oops, wrong one. But yeah, I mean, like, even if you like, a good place to get started even is like if you have a Stream Deck, right? Like an Elgato Stream Deck, and you want to build like a little plugin for that. Or if you're a designer and you use a lot of Adobe tools and you want to build a plugin for that, right? Like, I find something that I use a lot myself is very helpful, right? So there's this like thing in programming too, where like your first time learning programming, you're gonna learn a language, right? And then eventually, like, this is what happened to me in university. I went to school for computer science, right? Like, first year we learned Java. There was like a class for learning Java, right? So I learned Java first. I actually learned Java in high school, but anyways, that was what we did. And then second year, like, we learned C. There was like a class on pointers and memory, but it was like the C++ course, right? And then after that, like, and then the professor even told us in that C course, he's like, by the way, this is kind of like the last class where like you're being taught a programming language. All the other classes are going to be like, hey, it's a networking course. By the way, all the assignments are in Python. Right? So it's like the idea of like learning, like, you're going to learn a language, but then those skills are going to be transferable across multiple languages. You're just going to be like, oh, this language is this with this other thing, or like, oh, I remember this from this other one, right? So your skills become a lot less specific. I mean, you're still probably going to be very, like, it's very good to dive deep into a specific language, but like, I'm not as fast in JavaScript, but I can definitely like read JavaScript and probably hook together some stuff. Can I write it from scratch as easily? No, but that's fine. Anyways. What was I doing? I was trying to figure out why this build wasn't working. So, okay, so it definitely has to do with this being a type alias, because even if what if I were to How do I like do this without really messing it up? Okay. So what I'm doing here is I'm changing the so okay, so right now when I use side effect, let's look at just here. Then so side effect is just a function, right? Yeah, so I really just want to type alias it to that. Can I like I guess I just kind of copy and paste the so I just kind of copy and paste this, don't I, right? Like oh, but this doesn't have the context. Can I put the context here? Can I do like dispatcher event dot state? Like, can I do that? Yeah, looks like I can. And then this is going to turn into that. And then I'm assuming that the type alias of the dispatcher is also going to be a problem. Cannot infer type in T and R explicitly. So state events, state event, state. So do I have to do that? What the fuck is this? So you pass in too many arguments. Why is this too many arguments? I want to invoke with a state and an event. So I'm passing in two things, but here Operator fun invoke. Oh, I have to go like dispatcher. What if I just pass in the dispatcher? Hey. So now this is going to be fine. And I don't need this. And now this is going to cause issues everywhere else. Yeah, now this needs side effects. What are we doing with the... Yeah, this now needs like side effect. Oops. Oh, wait. How do I... Oh. I have to do dispatcher now everywhere? Oh. Yep. Okay, so I'm just gonna see if I can... Why does that happen? I'm also going to... see what's happening here. Kotlin when generating artifacts for non-Kotlin consumers. Type alias are compile time substitutions, are not distinct types in the bytecode. When KMP library is compiled into a framework for iOS, the Kotlin compiler generates a Objective-C header. When I see the type name, instead they will see a complex function signature block. Okay, that's fine. Same as declarations, okay. Okay, so what I was doing was correct. Finding a member function with an extension receiver inside an interface is valid Kotlin, but it might still be awkward in Swift. Swift will likely treat the dispatcher receiver as the first argument of the function. That is fine. You want the cleanest possible API for both Swift, and consider removing the receiver from the definition and passing it as a standard argument. I don't want to do that. Excuse me. So I want this to have, so the dispatcher gets passed in when it's invoked. I guess I do have to pass this in everywhere. Oh, hey, Omar. How's it going? Why can't it... Your compiler replace side effects? Same way a function literal can. How can I make this a function literal? I mean, I can change this into like a weird DSL, but I don't really want to do that. It seems like a very big refactor. What if the side effect returned an event and then that event was triggered? I don't like that because then the side effect can only trigger one event, which, I mean, in theory might be a restriction I want, but it's not one that I love. State event, right? Yeah, state event. No type arguments. Oh. I didn't put operator fun. Okay, so that handles that. Any good resources on CAMP compose design patterns? I mean, the like default Google design patterns, the last I checked, I actually very much do like them for the most part. I haven't checked them in a little bit, but last it was like they suggested a 2-module system or like a 2-layer system where it's like you have your UI and then you have your data layer, and your data layer is your repository, and then your like UI layer is MVVM and all that kind of stuff. So I really like that. I really like that for the most part, and it is relatively what I follow. I just I have a UI layer just right in the middle. Sorry, a domain layer right in the middle that also helps with mapping. I mean, I've been thinking about making some videos and articles and stuff on that, so that would be something. Clean architecture principles are a very big thing that I like to lean on. So anything around that, I find the book itself to be a little bit heavy-handed in what it like. It states things as rules versus guidelines. Like Uncle Bob's Clean Architecture book. Yeah. Yeah. Suspend function. Oh, and then this needs dispatcher. All right, sorry, I just wanted to respond there. Somebody was asking me what destroy run. Okay, so this is what we're going to need to do basically everywhere. Okay, so what if I just do this? Does that work? Because it needs to know what it is, but I'm telling it what it is. Why do I have to? That's frustrating. Yeah, I very much agree. I think clean architecture principles are very good guidelines, but can overcomplicate things very quickly. I do like to, at minimum, have 3 layers, especially for long-term projects, right? Where I have just presentation, domain, and data. But really, it is a 2-layer system, with the domain layer just being like a contract layer, where it's just all the models that I'm accepting with, all the models that my system uses, as well as the interface for how to fetch those models. So like the interface for the use cases or the interface for the repositories, right? And then those then get defined in the data layer, right? So it's really just UI layer implements domain layer, and then data layer. Sorry, the UI layer uses the domain layer, and then the data layer implements the domain layer. So it's kind of a 2-layer system, but with an abstraction in the middle. And then you can get pretty crazy from there, where if you want use cases, or if you want to separate your repositories into data sources as well, like maybe your repository is exposing an object, and that object is fetched from multiple different data sources. Like maybe you need to fetch from a local and a remote, or maybe you need to fetch from something like shared preferences and remote, right? That would be a good example. Then you might need to delegate from your repository, but that is something that I always used to do by default, but I've leaned more on not creating data sources when possible. That's my general take on it. Yes, over engineering. I mean, any system can be over engineered very easily, right? Regardless of who you are or what you're doing. Sorry, so let's continue this refactor. All right, and then I need this with this. Now I can get rid of those types. Because I pushed clean architecture at a previous company I worked with, and when I did, I was always like the thing that I always pushed very hard was that these are just guidelines. If you don't want to wait, what? Oh, it's because this is there. If it doesn't make sense for your system, don't use it, right? Well, I mean, like, draw within the lines relatively, but if something legitimately doesn't make sense for the solution that you have, then figure something else out. Then because also probably you're gonna come up with something that's gonna be pretty like fucking sick. So I want to see it. Pardon my French. there's that. We had another side effect here for some reason. Just kidding. There's lots of instances where I have multiple side effects because I think that makes sense. I just want this to like, so I'm also like trying to think about how I can make this just a little bit nicer to use, because this kind of sucks. Like having to define this out every time, not the end of the world. I mean, it sucks because I'm doing the refactor now, but I really just want like this to work, right? Just hey, like the side effects, like just go, right? So now, this is where I actually need to what did I do to my chin? I picked something on my chin and it really hurts. All right, let's actually do this like. Oh wait, I guess this one was gonna be easy. I was gonna do this like Vim style. All right, here we can do a Vim style. Side effect, and then we go bam. And then, wait, this is already. This one's also already. Why did that need? No. Composable side effect. What the fuck? No, I don't want. Does this have another side effect in it? I just implemented the wrong side effect. There we go. Now the last one. Okay, now we can do like the way. All right, so I'm gonna go and then side effect. We're gonna pass in this. We're gonna pass in that as well. We are going to import the right one. We are going to percent, nope. We are going to percent all the way down, and then bam. That was not really the Vim way, but I tried. There's more? I'm probably gonna take like a quick minute break once this builds. All right, so we got a build. All of this is functioning. Now I am going to. Okay, so now we're gonna move that through. We're gonna name it to remember interactor. We are going to get rid of this. We are going to take this. And conduct, wait, no. Why did it not move everything? All right, so we got everything there. All right, so we got that. Now we're gonna move it over to MVI. We're gonna refactor everything. Cannot resolve project libs MVI. Oh. There we go. I moved the wrong file. Omarchy is a pretty All right, so now this is building. Okay, so we have MVI compose, we have MVI, we've got that all working. We pulled out logging. So I know I haven't made these open source yet. That's kind of part 2 of this. So I'm gonna be right back. Is that starting soon? Once back, we will 1. Extract more libs. 2. Set up lib template. Set up lib. Set up lib template / tooling. Save. All right. There we go. I will be right back. I'm gonna hang out with you. Eugene's definitely gonna leave with me. But anyways. All right, I'll be right back. Be right at the back. Yeah, see, there it goes. All right, I am back. And, so, I've decided what I'm going to do is I'm going to start building out the template within this repo, and then tomorrow I'll probably do the extraction. But so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to even further abstract the MVI and MVI compose. So I'm going to make a new module. Sorry, no, a new directory called MVI. Right, there already is one. And But actually, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a new directory here, MBI, or just call it core. Take everything and move it into core. And then also move MBI compose into MBI. What I actually want to do is call it, I'm just going to find it in files. What? Open in files. Okay. Get build, and then I just want to, oops. Compose. There we go. Core compose. There we go. And then if we go into settings, now it's going to be libs MVI compose and lib MVI core. So now, like, they're all within the MBI system, or like within the MBI package, and this way I can also have like an app project in there if I want to test it, right? And all that kind of jazz, right? Because then this will actually be the thing that gets exposed. And this also makes it easy too, because if I want to change the name of it, which I do plan, actually, well, I have some people here. What about a name for this module, right? Like, it's something that I've been. So it's called Interactor right now, and it's just like an MBI system, right? It's based on Flow. It also has Compose aspects, but it's not really tied to Compose. But it really is this like Flow MBI system. So I was thinking like Flow UI, Flow MVI. I had this idea where like it would be like Flow and then the W and the M kind of connect, where it just goes like W and then directly into the M. Foam V or something, right? I need names for this because like MVI is just, it's like model view interactors. That's what it is. Or maybe I can call it EMVI, like MV. E's for me. I mean, hey, that's not bad. And then it's called MV. That's also named after me, and I can never escape it. Okay. If anybody has any ideas, throw them out. So, I wanted to, yes, we have Compose, we have Core, we updated the settings. Now we need to go into the actual Compose layouts and then also update these. So it'd be libs MVI compose and then libs MVI core. I was gonna put this in all right, trying to rename my Kotlin multi-platform Flow MBI system. Yep, there's a reason I don't want to call it that. Hot choices so far are made up by me. Flow V. Imagine the W and the M merged together. Pronounced Floam V. Floam V. Not Flow M V M V EMBI. You know what? Okay. All right, so we got the name out. Putting the poll. Okay, so back to the interactor. We have this pulled out. We have this called MVI. This is now failing. Cannot resolve libs MVI. That's right, because the actual where are these? Oh yeah, build compose, because this one also points towards libs MVI. I don't want this transitive anymore, and this will be libs MVI core. Okay, so compatibility, whatever, I don't care. It seems like we are building now. Sweet, so we have the libs, logging, MVI, that's great. So now I want to create a new module, but this will be like an Android application. I do also want it to be a KMP module. How do I, okay, so this will be the basis of the module. We have compose, we have core. I think I start extracting some more things. Are there... All right, what's a checklist? I kind of want to automate this bit. So I've just created a checklist of things that I would need to do to a repository to make it open source. Creating a license file, contribution, documentation, pipeline, because all these things are going to be fairly generic. License file, readme, contributing ND, that's what I wanted. Purge secrets and credentials, done that. That, whatever. Community standards, code of conduct, security. Issue templates, the review about section. Protect the main branch. Cool. So license file, this has a readme, doesn't it? I want to go back to project. Right, so that's fine. I really just want the readme in the license file for now. And then I also need to build a pipeline. Okay, so what the fuck is going here? Reducer, so it doesn't have this anymore. Tiny, composed for MVI toolkit, design easy to learn, portable across KMP targets. And then existing app, just that structure. This is all generated, so I need to read it. Without locking up your into a large framework. Interactor, minimal surface area. Define your state and event. Let's just get rid of that. Or else crash. So sealed interface, event, reducer, load fact, fire and forget logic, logging analytics, composable, no stream flow in this example. What does this look like if I wanted to do it's fake lift data source. Oh, I want just source. Oh, right, and then this just passes. So this requires state flow. So I'm just gonna get rid of this. Yeah. Counter stream, snapshot, use serializable to enable automatic persistence. So I guess this actually isn't required. Yeah, it's not required there at all. Reducer, side effect, interactor. That's fine. your function that computes the next state, side effect free. Suspend function to perform IO, navigation, UCC, dispatch, follow up, perform IO, navigation, upstream source, any long any async task. Any async task. Dispatch follow-ups as needed. Advanced uses upstream source provided flow state for your upstream or the interactive fold events on top of the latest upstream emission. Yeah, I'll keep that. Path null start null. What? Trying to remember favorable is used under the hood. State is not serialized. On the collector's contact side effects to dispatch. It produces pure. Returned interactor is hosted in the provided coroutine scope on Android. It behaves like a view model scope state holder. That's fine. Oh, what I actually should have done. Okay, so let's. Yeah, we want to get rid of license, but. I also. Okay, so let's get rid of license, but I actually want to take this README and pull it out into the core idea, because this is actually going to be the root of the whole project. So now we have all of this. Docs is going to go up there as well, but I actually haven't really looked at the docs too much, so that's going to be fine. From MVI compose. Whoop. Okay, I don't know why that took me so long. MVI compose version. This is also going to be like tv.dpal or something. If that's what I'm gonna do. right, fine. All right, so that fixes that. I think that documentation is relatively fine for now. What I should do is I should create an application module that kind of shows this code off. I don't think I'm gonna do that right now. I think what I would prefer to do is get a few more modules kind of out in this lib section that for open sourcing, and then we'll go from there. So let's start with flow extensions. Oh, let's actually commit this. No, so I want to go to main. I want to create a new branch, refactor or open sourcing day. And then we go back, we commit, refactor MVI to MVI core and MVI compose. There we go. Now, that was everything, right? Yeah. Now, so I want to, let's just copy logging and we'll call this like flow extensions. Actually, you know what? Let's just call these like KMP extensions. Right? Like, because I'm just going to be making like KMP extensions all over the place here. Right? So it's just going to be a library that has all of the new things. How do I want to structure this? So I really just want to have a repo, because each one of these is going to be a repo, right? So really logging is going to be in KMP extensions now that I think about it. Or maybe it won't be, because it's very different. I mean, it could be a module within it. But so KMP extensions. I'm gonna call this extensions for now. No, so extensions is just going to well, okay, so now I'm gonna make a new directory and call this flow. And then I'm just gonna copy all of this in here. And then let's take flow extensions. Compose presentation. So I want okay, so this is actually going to be a lot bigger than I think it is, than I thought it was going to be, so let's just kind of get started. Okay, so I want the flow extensions. I'm going to start with the smaller stuff, but let's do... All right, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Column lift row, extension, flow. So now we are going to copy this and put it in extension flow. And now this is going to have a very hard time compiling because I think it's going to have an issue here. So we are going to include libs extensions flow. Yes. And then build. Cool, so that's building. Now no. How did you fuck up that? All right, I gotta go look at my print. One sec. You'll see me downstairs. And I'm back. We have fixed that, and now we're back. Okay. So, we have debug. We have. Did I copy? Yes, I copied flow extension. Nothing is compiling it yet. So where is the other flow extension? That is in compose. So libs extension flow, let's think, and now it's going to be an issue. Why isn't this? Oh, I didn't hit go. I did touch this a little bit by accident. I realized it after I like kind of touched it with my finger. Duplicate content routes. Oh, these all. It's like compose source. There we go. Now this is. Yes. Okay. So now we have the problems that I was expecting. And then I don't have the Kotlin X coroutines. Why does that not work every time? It's very confusing. We need coroutines. I don't actually need logging. I should abstract this away, but I'm not going to do that now. These are all kind of issues that I'll need to figure out. The fuck? Oh. Now I want to move this up, and this will cause the refactor that I want. Refactor anyways. Okay, so We have all of these now, so I am going to split these out into their own file. Oh wait, no, do I want to do that? I just kind of want them in their own file, right? Like, do I? Whatever. I'm just gonna keep them this way for now, and then I can make changes as I need it. Granted, there are gonna be a lot of breaking changes. If people use these libraries right away, they're probably in for a little bit of a ride. I'm kidding. It's not gonna be that bad. I will like deprecate things properly, but there will be deprecations that happen. Okay, so we've moved flow over. So do we just do the same for the other extensions? Like, what are my color extensions? I don't need those. Corner extensions, those are actually nice. I do need like date-time extensions. So where's my flow ext? We are going to basically copy this with date time x, and then I'm going to get rid of you, rid of you. What is it to make a new folder again? New directory. There is nothing. Ext dot date time. We are going to go in here. Date time. So now we have all of these date time extensions. So I do need date time in here. Why is this not? Why is this not like kind of being oh, because I didn't settings. What is it? It's like let me Kotlin X date time. This will be KTX date time. All right, we're good. Good. If I go here, this is all being, all right, sick. Libs.kotlinx, date time. And we can also get rid of coroutines. We can also get rid of logging. We don't want to get rid of test. Okay, we're looking good. The problem is I think I'm not going to be able to, so those are like battery holders for the side of my SCADAs. All right, so that's done. Now, all right, so you have KTX date time, date formatting. I did not. Okay, so I want to commit these and this. All right, so we are going to do Android. We are going to do native. That's going to create the files, and then what was it? It was like the %d. Ugh. Now I need native main. Why does that not work the first time? I'm very confused. All right, so there we have all of that. So those date formatters are moved over. It's KTX dot date time. Oh, there's scissors by my feet. That's not good. Some scissors. Just chilling. I was scraping something off the bottom of my desk with them earlier because I moved my camera around. Excuse me. Ugh. So Flovey. Flovey's the name. Oh, I didn't sync. I was trying to build. Oops. All right, so now we have date formatting here. I want to go presentation compose, and then I want to add KTX, oops, KTX date time. That's what it is, right? Well, we'll find out. KTX date time. KTX date time, like that. Oh, no, that's not what I want to do. There we go. And we're fixed. Stuff like that, you know, I could have used a prompt for, or, you know, I could have just done it pretty quick. Oh, 24 minutes ago. Spaghetti detected. How we doing? All right, we got the... No, these might be different sides. Yeah, they are. They are different sides. Okay, so I did get like one successful print. I just need to print the other pair. We'll just see if it actually finishes. I mean, we got 34 minutes, so feeling pretty good about that one. But you know, fingers crossed. Oh, I didn't do all of them. All right. Okay, so I have the Kotlin extensions, flow extensions. So yeah, daytime extension today. I guess I could move that. Is there any other thing? Accessibility minimum size, pretty print that's fine. Number formatting, that's okay. I think that would be all the like extensions I have that I can really think of right now. But I do want to make like a material theme version as well, or one. Okay, so let's commit what we have. So is it just gonna be like compose? Okay, so what do I want to do? I need to, so I got, well, I don't need to, so I want to pull out all of these material. So what do I want to do? Do I just want to make this like a compose extension? Yeah, I think so. Just like compose. Yeah. I can remove. Okay, I'm just gonna make a compose extension. There we go. Compose compiler. We don't need this. Compose compiler. All right, there we go. Material 3. Anyways, I think that's all I need for that. Ext dot compose. All right, so now from presentation compose, we are also going to add libs extensions, and then this is going to be compose. This needs to be in project. Okay. Now take corner extension and then refactor anyway. We take the vertical and horizontal padding. So you pass the index, Is there like a... local shape, content, shape, local shape. No, I'm just gonna go material theme, shapes large. Then so this is going to, okay, so how do I do this? I go percent material theme dot shapes dot large shape, and what? No, that didn't work. Corner base shape. Has to be a corner base shape. Okay. right, so all right, extract compose extensions. Ugh. All right, so these are all extracted. They're all in libs. Now, I also want to rename this to ext. Libs ext compose. Libs ext libs ext compose. There we go. All right, so that's building fine. Okay, so we've extracted. All right, swipe nav host, theming, we did logging, we did interactor, we did swipe, we did flow extensions. All right, now we need swipe nav host, which is the other big one. So this one's going to be swipe nav host. Kotlin or Java library. Ooh, my task is a success. Oh, hey, happy snowy Wednesday. How's it going? Wednesday. Wednesday. I don't know what that was. I did find my way out of my igloo. We managed to dig ourselves out. The car is still trapped. Very much in an igloo. It's going to be doing its thing in there for a while. We've just given up on it. Although I probably will have to use it this weekend, so I might need to dig it out. We'll see. We'll see. How about you? How many times did you have to go out and shovel on the day? Sarah's been saying 60 centimeters. I don't know how true that is, but we got a lot. We went out shoveling about 5 times. We definitely got more than 20 centimeters, or 20 to 30 that was expected. But it's like past my hip. And I don't know if you remember, tall as fuck. Another 20 tonight. Damn. Yeah, we got fucked. I would expect we got... Like, it's one of those things where also there's just nowhere to put it in Toronto, right? So, like I went out to shovel, and then by the second shoveling, because the pile beside me is almost bigger than me, so I have to, like, kind of huck it all the way up there. So it just feels like a lot of snow, and then the plows are coming by and pushing more snow onto you, and then you're pushing the snow back onto the road, because that's the only place it can go at this point, because your lawn is, like, almost double the height of most people around me. Yeah, right. Like it's just like where does it go? Like onto the road again, I guess, and then it's Even the guy across the street from me. Yeah, like most of the people, like I'm in a laneway, so luckily, quote unquote, like my car can just sit there. It's fine, whatever. But a lot of people around me don't have driveways, so. Yeah, next year I get a snowblower. There's somebody around me that has it's like a almost like a weed whacker, but a snowblower. So he like pushes it, and it's like a little handheld weed whacker snowblower. Not very useful for like this kind of thing. He was using it for a while, but it did like function, right? Yeah. Okay. What was I doing? I was extracting out flight nav host, which I wouldn't say so. This stuff was not private. It was all hidden in Lifbro, which is a public repo as well. Some of this stuff used to be private, like Budgie's still private, because I'm not confident that I've extracted all secret keys and stuff. I guess I could just throw warp at that or something. I'm using open source more as like a keyword, but yeah, all of this stuff is currently open source, but currently it is technically open source in a way. So all the stuff within Lifbro is, I forget what the license is, but it's like, you're free to use this stuff, but if you use this stuff, your project also must be open source. So now this stuff is going to go under like MIT or Apache or whatever. One of the ones where it's like, hey, yeah, use this, just don't come back and haunt me. Because there are some things within Lifbro where it's like, hey, I want like these feature sets and like these concepts to stay open source, right? So I forget exactly what the license is for Lifbro, but it is more restrictive than I intend, because it's like a product that I like. It's open source and I want people to contribute to it, but I don't want somebody to like just fork the project, make it private, and start making money off of it, right? People are talking about the new High Guard game in my Discord. But yeah, so the things that I'm open sourcing are the swipe nav host, which is like this swipe system, right? So really, it's two things. So it's this, come on, it's this swipe system. So it really is just like a nav host that kind of builds itself on a horizontal pager, right? So that is kind of like a thing that's true there. So that's really all it is, quote unquote. And then the other big one that I'm exposing is the MVI system. So that's like this interactor that I've been tinkering with and playing with quite a bit. Do I actually need this still? Yes, I do, because I'm using FlatMap latest. So this is like the interactor view model replacement system, which like I think works perfectly fine. I had to do a little bit of refactoring. So apparently type aliases don't work when you're exposing Kotlin multi-platform libraries. It just doesn't really function well. So I switched these from type aliases to functional interfaces. And then I also had to move this into the actual function instead of it being like a whatever it's called, like an instanced or whatever function. And then I'm also exposing just like some logging utils that I use. The only reason that I'm exposing these is that they're not actually like super useful, but it just allows logging across Android and iOS super easily. And then the other thing is I'm exposing a bunch of extension functions. So these are just extension functions so I've started some other side projects on when I'm not streaming, and like I am gonna start streaming those. It's just that some of them are not like streaming friendly projects, right? Like one of them is another Magic the Gathering app where it kind of like it creates like a local network between a bunch of devices and then tracks life totals of a game with those devices, right? So you don't need a local connection, like you don't need to be on the same internet. It'll work over Bluetooth in theory. So just stuff like that, and it just sends like life totals across. So everybody can then just like use their phone when they go to like an local game store or something to track their own life, and it'll kind of like manage the game itself. But for that, I've been needing to test a lot of like physical devices, so I can't really like share the screen easily, or I haven't figured out a good way to share the screen. So, but anyways, I started that project and I'm just missing all of these tools that I wanted. So I'm also just kind of like putting these up on open source, and then I'm also going to be throwing them on Maven tomorrow, because I don't want to also, I need to like put in passwords and shit, so I'll do that tomorrow morning. So all these should be available in your own projects as well as open source to tinker with, to contribute to, because there's definitely problems. But yeah, so those are kind of like the major things. But yeah, I had like this like I use these functions quite often where like I want vertical padding and then start and end, right? Or I want horizontal padding and then top and bottom, right? I also have this corner extensions, which just really, it's not too crazy. It just takes a corner based shape and then just like makes so it's really for lists like this, right, where you have like a list of a bunch of items and you want to make the top corners 0 or the bottom corners rounded. The flow extensions, I know Phaedric, you've mentioned this one as well in the past, where like I expose the combined functions, or then I also have this idea of like filter each and map each. These are just functions. I don't even think I'm using filter each in LiftPro. It's just something that I use or assume exists everywhere. Debug statements, yeah, stuff like that. So now on to the swipe nav host. I'm actually going to go to the bathroom. I'm out of Coke as well, so I'm going to take a quick break, go to the bathroom, grab a Coke, and then I will be back. So Let's use the starting soon screen this time. Extracting swipe nav host. Next, yes, 100% Phaedric, like that is I don't think I'm like I know that Jake Wharton did that, but yeah, definitely that's the approach I'm taking. I'm just repeating all this stuff, so let's just make it here and then we'll see what happens. Even just the swipe nav host, and the interactor are like the big things that I think are actually useful for the people to potentially use, right? The other things are just like I just repeat this shit all the time. I mean, it is useful for other people to use, but I could see somebody not wanting to rely on those things. But like, hey, fork the swipe nav host and stuff. That's the one I'm actually like proud of. The other ones are just like, fuck, I repeat this shit a lot. Cool, I'm gonna be right back. Grab a Coke, take a quick break, and then yeah, we'll extract the swipe nav host, maybe make some like app modules for these so that I can actually like test them within the apps themselves. And then maybe we'll start actually making some Git repos for these as well, because I need to make a Git repo for each one. Anything within the actual extractions folder, that's what's going to be there. Swap over to this. Anyways, cool. Be right back. I am back. All right. I didn't get a Coke. I didn't get a Coke. And I also printed this, which I mean, it's really just like, so you put batteries in it. You got a shitload of batteries that were just sitting in a thing upstairs. So this goes like on, oh, so like this is for double or for triple A's at the top. Whew. So they like sit in the bottom. Ugh. Like so. You know what? Better way to show this is just show the actual print. So yeah, it looks like, sure, because I actually need to print another one. But it looks like this. Can I zoom in? No, I can't zoom in. But it looks like that thing in the top corner. So it'll sit on the Scatus, the Skadoosh. Maybe I want these like here. Or yeah, no, I was gonna take these away. Then I'll put these right here. And here. There. So, oh, you can also just drop the batteries and knock over everything. Okay, so how can I? Do I have this? Oh, I don't have this road cam set up, do I? You know what? Remind me later. Let's do this. Continue. Okay, while using the app. I have paid for this. Droid cam, OBS, hand cam. We are going to hit OK. We're going to refresh the device list. Device IP. We are going to go 10.0.201.211. Now, hit OK. We have to hit activate. Aha. Okay, so I'm gonna rotate. Oh, bam. So now we have like a hand cam. Whee! Hi. But yeah, so this just goes like this. And I'm just gonna like dump out a bunch of extra cables here, or extra batteries, and then he's just kind of going. Got it. He's just kind of like going like so. And then I just got a nice little battery kind of thingy. Yeah, right? Also, isn't that cool how quickly I got that shit set up? Alright, I'm not gonna do that right now. Yeah, so that's what that is, and I'm probably gonna print another one to put beside it because I have like nice batteries and then also like poopy batteries. Maybe I wish this was like attached a little bit more because I'm gonna try and like move it right now. That actually worked pretty well. Yeah, and then I'll print because I need at least one more. I still have more batteries. I still have more batteries. I do that. That's bad. Okay. Enough about batteries. Let's get back to refactoring. Okay, so what did I make the thing? Okay, so I have swipe nav host. Somebody asked me if I'm getting on Multbot. Yeah. Haven't touched it, but have heard a lot about it. Someone's asking if I've heard of ClodBot or now Multbot. I guess I got sued by Claude. I don't know. Okay, so let's move the swipe nav host out. No, I don't want the swipe nav host to be there. I want all directories. How do I? Wait, I'm just gonna make. I am going to. Shit. com.lift.bro. What's it gonna be? It's gonna be like. Yeah, I guess just swipe nav house. So we move that, and then we move these. Launch. Apparently it incentivizes people to make insane security risks. That's something I'm very risk adverse about. Personally, I do not like sharing my information with AI unless I do use Gemini, and the things I feed in to Gemini are usually like my calendar and stuff, which my thoughts are Google is fucking harvesting that shit anyways. Right, like that stuff is like, I'm not using Proton for email or anything, right? So that stuff, I'm assuming that's already being rifled through, which may not be the best way of looking at it, but that's how I see it. Anyways, okay. Now we've moved everything over. All right, so this is the problem where I have a destination issue. Or it's just going to be destination, really. Because I don't want to limit anybody. Coordinator savable. Typo and word savable. Rename to coordinator savable? What? No, go away. Oh, so this needs destination. Now coordinator savable, and this also needs to be destination. Cannot use destination as a reified parameter. I thought this might happen because it doesn't actually have a type, right? What if like what if for this Jetpack compose. Oh, this might fuck some stuff up. Oh. I mean, that doesn't really matter, does it? Anybody has any ideas for library names for swipe nav host? I think MVI is going to become Floby. I think that's what that's going to become. Why? So the one thing I will say is that I have connection to. There's a cottage that I have connection to because I set up the Wi-Fi. And their Wi-Fi is going crazy right now, on off, on off, on off. After all these snowstorms up here in Tirana. So what do we call swipe nav host? Unresolved reference savable. Oh, right. Where was I need like the savable? Where color picker. What does swipe nav host not have? Ooh. How does this work? I don't think that's going to do exactly what I want it to, but now what's happening here? Runtime savable. So this doesn't have runtime? That feels unlikely, but it's, yeah, no, it's. Runtime savable? Heck. What the fuck? Right. This is like two different things. Because it's the coordinator and then it's the nav host. Shit. Well, let's just keep it all in one for now. Excuse me. Let's see what I actually need here. Oh, right. I have adaptive window stuff in here. Material 3 Adaptive Navigation Suite. That's not exactly what I want. Or is it? I just want the adaptive screen stuff. Cannot inline at cross inline parameter. Right. This might fuck up some stuff. Oh, and then I have actual logic in here as well. So Sentry, I don't care about. I'll fix that one later. And this one has spacing. Okay, so I need to add like content spacing. Yes. How do I do this one? If tablet mode and destination is not, if the current page is not unknown and tablet mode, current page. Today's pager state. Okay, so what's happening here? I'm just going to comment this out for now because I forget exactly what this does. But basically, it's checking for default pages. Sorry, like for initial. Oh, and then we have the spacing issue. Quarter is 4 DP, and quarter is 4 DP. Oops. And half is 8 DP. And then we call present. Which, right, this is the problem here. So I can pass anything through. That sucks. So I could create like a base interface or something. Because right now anybody can call local coordinator unless, well, no, because I have to have this local nav coordinator defined somewhere so people can reference it. And it's going to be a nav coordinator of something that they define. Oh, destination. It can just extend any. Oh, no, I'm just playing with generics. Because I had this all defined in my project before. So what if I just have... Right, because that now needs a type. Hello? You're home early. You're home early.
Yeah, I decided to commute home.
Yeah.
Because I've had the commute from hell the last 2 days. And apparently there's a water main break somewhere. And so the 71 detoured, but didn't tell me it was detouring.
Okay.
So I might not go in tomorrow.
That's fair.
Because I'm just so sick of...
Something was like...
And so I need to talk with me.
Oh, okay.
Anything you want to show me before I go downstairs?
I mostly did like abstractions today, so
There's nothing.
there was very little like feature stuff today.
Perfect. Sometimes it's the detail work. I'll leave it to you, baby. Yeah.
Swipeable. Swipeable. Swipey swipe. Oh, yeah, I can't. That should have been like my first. I don't think it's possible to inline composables. What's happening here? So swipe nav host output a, what if I do like the destination here? Yeah, right. And then this is what needs to make it reified. That needs to inline it, which then breaks a bunch of things over here, which means that I have to cross inline stuff, which means, oh, I didn't, so what if I do destination? Now, does this work? then this becomes an issue because this needs a T. Why can't this output? This can't output T. This is like how I solve it quickly, right? I just go as destination, bam, we're good to go. I'm trying to think of how I can like type this better. Oh, right, because it doesn't have access to that anymore because it doesn't exist there. So I need to go into app Android, and then this is where, or what I'll just do here is I'll make this API. Because then the swipe down post will be exposed to any of the projects, and then they can consume it and do whatever they want with it. They need to expose their own version of it. At least that's how I'm doing it now. It's also all internal to LiftPro, right? This isn't being exposed. Unknown is not found in the polymorphic scope of destination. Last unknown has to be serializable, and the Blaze class destination has to be sealed. Target property class type. A serializable annotation without arguments, non-sealed interface, are polymorphically serializable by default. Well, this doesn't work. Sealed and serializable. Yes, because when it's serializable and sealed, then it scopes the serialized thing to what it needs to be. So this needs to be I think this will still crash. Yeah. Oh, I need to reprint one of these. Print ahoy. So these, oh. Oh, thank you.
Oh, come.
Yeah. So it's all because they're instances of the same. Okay, so where is this failing? It's failing in the key generation. Oh, it was empty string. So this gets the key and it grabs the destination and it JSONifies it. And it's getting empty string twice. So let's try and debug here and see if we actually can debug first off. I should have looked at that. Destination is home. Destination is create set. EMT was already used. So how am I going to do this? So the unique item keys are failing. If I pass through values, well, what if I just... What if this is the only thing? Don't need that cast anymore. I don't love this API, but we're gonna just push it anyways because I'd rather get this out and at least like using it in other projects, and then I can tinker with it from there. All right, sick. Now this is working because it's being cast as T. Yeah, I think otherwise it was just always like empty destination, which is not what I wanted. All right, I'm gonna go downstairs, say hi to Sarah for a minute. I'll be right back. It won't be long. Oh. And then we're gonna start figuring out like how this is kind of wrapping up. So like, I think I'm gonna push these repos, and then we'll go from there. Cool. All right. Well, I was gonna rename them to DPAL TV, but I'll be right back. I'll just use the old be right back screen. Yeah, that's kind of correct. All right, I'm back. You heard with a big cough coming down the hallway. Jeez. Coming down from a little bit of a cold. Chase it down with Coke. There it goes. All right, so today, or now, there are a few things we can do. We've done everything. We're not going to do the DSL. Extract into own folder. Composite builds. I want to set up composite builds next. So, move swipe nav post. So now we're going to enable composite builds for anything. So, how do composite builds work? So it's actually something that happens in settings.gradle. How does it work again? So, number details, composite builds includes the build, my project. Sure. Libraries defining a composite build includes cool. Include builds. So it's like if settings include build to declare the include build and each include build to determine what dependencies it can provide the algorithm. There are cases, plugins. Use an unpublished library in a composite build. You can explicitly declare the substitutions that it provides. For this configuration, the My App composite build will substitute any dependency with org sample with a dependency on the root project of anonymous library. Okay, so so we're basically just gonna go if composite builds enabled. So include build, what's it gonna be? Like it's gonna be, oh wait, wouldn't it be? Doesn't feel right. Is this the one that I think this might be the one that I read before? Composite build. payment gateway using. Okay, wait, what? So include build. Libs. Just wait. So is this how this works? Include build. Modify. See. Include build payment gateway. Okay. You know what? It's 4:30. I actually need to end this because I need to. I'm actually going to a Android TO event tonight, and I just realized that. So it's 4:30. So I need to finish this, get some dinner down my gullet, and then yeah, I'll finish this here. But so tomorrow, I am going to upload, or tomorrow I'm going to actually push all the artifacts for this because I want to use them in another project that I will be working on Friday. So it's going to be more of a Magic the Gathering project. It's either going to be a React Native project that I was working on, or it's going to be a composed multi-platform app that I want to get out by Saturday, or not out. I want to get it like testable because I'm playing Magic with some friends, and I want to test it. It's like a life counter, but a little bit different. This was cool. So what did we extracted? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 libraries into their own thing. They are not in their own Git repo yet, so that's something I need to do. I will do that depending on how late I stay tonight. I might do that tonight because that's actually pretty quick. It's just one of those things that I didn't really want to do on stream because I don't think I would leak anything, but it's just one of those things where there might be a chance, right? So I just wouldn't do it. But yeah, so I'll push these to Git. They already have the readmes, or no, one of them has the readmes, and then they all need licensing. So yeah, that's going to be a project for me tomorrow. And who knows, maybe I'll make a video on it or something. But anyways, thank you all for watching. Have a great rest of your Wednesday, and as always, see you on the battlefield. See you on the battlefield doesn't really make much sense for the coding videos anymore. It used to be what I said when I played video games, but now I'm been coding more. Anyways, I'm gonna head out. Bye, everybody. See ya. I don't know, I hit the wrong thing. Fuck. This was open source day. Now I'm going